got stuck in place. But now my eyes are open, and I can see that every step that I'm taking, you're here with me. And we will build these walls together. Cause this time we're found home. And we will make this stand forever, forever. Cause this time we're found home. And we will build these walls together.
Hello and welcome to APM Research, the Lunar Wave Decoded. This video is to help explain and understand the lunar wave as it has been termed. A big shout out here to 1111 Code, whom captured this amazing halo over his home. You will notice as 1111 Code pans around to check the sun's location, it is not part of the sun's halo system but a separate entity. We have covered these in previous research, so this video will help unite them all. Here are some previous research videos on these stationary halos. This is Crow 777's video capturing what he called a lunar wave. What it really is mankind's, or the humans' first ever recording of an angel's projection in the heavens, and it was captured by the moon going past the stationary halo, and it being revealed as Crow 777 calls the lunar wave. It's actually just a stationary halo in the heavens that the moon's highlighted as it went past it. So I would say he was probably the first human in history to record a Sarapin's projection. This is an animation I did here to show what's really going on. There's the projection, this is the moon going past, and these are the two lines that you could see going down the moon. It's always two lines, and that's why you're looking at a circle, two sides of a circle basically. These are what people are calling sundogs in the heavens. They're not sundogs, they're projections used for guidance. And they usually have 8 nodes on board like this. You'll see them. When you see these sundogs, you will see these around it. So we'll give Crow 777 a little award for that. First human ever to capture. Sarapin's projection. So I made a special card just for that moment. But that's what we're looking at, guys, a projection. These waves that people call them are just projections from the technology in the underworld. Here is another amazing video by Take Back Space TV. In this clip you can see Jupiter highlighting another stationary halo in the foreground. You will have to remember, all luminaries will highlight these halos. It is not unique to just the Moon. Notice in this clip, the first part of the halo, it was a very slim line going across the face of Jupiter, and the second part was a slightly thicker band. This can be explained by the thicker band being the closer part of the halo to the observer. Here is another amazing capture by John McKeown, who captured another halo as Jupiter highlighted it in the foreground as it was passing by in the distance. Notice the stars or moons also being occluded on the left side of the screen, indicating the halo is quite wide, which would be expected with the halo being in the foreground. These halos are really responsible for that shimmering effect we see in the heavens. They play a big part in that, as such is the nature of an electromagnetic projection. Here is an animation that basically shows what is really taking place here. Ice to the skies, guys. People everywhere are recording the sun halo now. You can see these in some of our halo focus videos and some of our presentations. So a big thank you to all of those people helping capture these and sharing them with the world. These are very special. Look for them and you will see them. Here's another stationary halo being captured by Sandra. We originally called these Sarapin from our Decoding Scriptures 2 video, where we link them to sarcophagi and scriptures. So, halo hunting tips. Once you locate one, mark it with your compass or the general direction you've seen it. Now wait for one of the luminaries to pass in the background and record it. You will capture the projection as the moon, for instance, passes in the background. Good luck, people, and keep those videos coming. There is much more to see yet. Know thy world, only then can you be at one with it.
Secrets of love whispered tonight, broken down angel got lost in the cold night. City screamer, I look for your eyes. Your music talks to me, it's me tonight.
I've ever got FPV. This is for you, buddy.
Today we are going to talk about the nature of our realm, how it works, how it ties in with Santos Bonacci's knowledge and teachings, and how Walter Russell's work explains it brilliantly. I first met Santos on a panel with the Sun and Moon group, where I give him a private presentation of the beginnings of my research into how our world truly works, after discovering the Earth is level and stationary a few years ago. The research I presented was some of my Nazca line decodings and the avenue my research was taking me after realizing what the Nazca lines truly represent and portray, the technical blueprints to the realm. I knew I would find the correct world map when I overlaid the lines, glyphs and the Nazca mandala. When I presented this to Santos, there was a good silence for about 20 seconds. I knew his mind was already processing all of what I had shown him, and Santos, being the very sharp person he is, was stunned by this presentation. Of course he recovered and immediately started expanding upon some of the things he had seen in the presentation. His knowledge and explanations are second to none. It was what Santos explained to me that gave me the direction I needed to be looking into. Of course I met one conscience and we teamed up, and here we are today, a few years later, still decoding the realm from within a small team of excellent researchers and friends. I have kept in touch with Santos since those days, sharing links to videos on Skype and little updates on progression. He only had to give me a few tips and I was there decoding what I found into the APM model, our model of how this realm truly works. Santos told me to look into Walter Russell's work one day, and wow, did that speed up our research once I started decoding what Walter Russell's work was teaching me. Now I'm no genius, so don't be getting that impression, but I can see and decode what all this is telling me very easily. So today I'm going to show you how all this connects together and explains a lot of what Santos is teaching you, what Walter Russell's work is teaching you, and how this realm truly works. Now what you are going to see and hear may not be to your liking. It may shock you, surprise you, even make your brain melt. But that's okay, it is what it is and I make no excuses for it. I'm here to present to you our findings, as is the rest of this team. I'm a flat earther and I came here to see how our realm truly works. And what we have found is that everything is being misrepresented to hide this realm and how it truly works. And when I say everything, I mean everything. Thus, we have to decode everything we look into to get to the truths. Okay, for this part I'm going to decode the Walter Russell optical motor to show you how it works. Notice the second law of thermodynamics is invalid in a repetitive cyclic universe of equally interchanging effect. Also take note of the direction of flow and how this relates to Walter's motor. To explain this optical motor, take note of the A and B cores and poles. This is our equatorial line, and through this pipeline water is pumped into the reactor at the centre and back out the other side of the west pole, recycled around the design and back towards the centre. Now with this design the pipe narrows at key points going to and from the centre. This in effect creates a Higgs boson. This allows a pressure zone to be created at these points. Now if you remember Walter Russell's explanation of the parts of the colour spectrum colliding from the green, yellow and orange yellow parts of the colour spectrum which collide with white, it is basically a short circuit. This creates the circumstances that are needed to cause chain reactions. The equatorial line is the compression poles and cycle. Notice in the north and south we have the electrical harness points at the desired distances at the boson locations where this energy pressure wave is created. These are our expansion zones which nature divides and multiplies the sex pairs. What this means is that when the electrical energy is created, there are two forces that are in opposition, going separate ways from one another. Positive electricity and magnetism, effectively. Thus, one side takes the positives and the other side takes the negatives. As this expands, of course, it multiplies, which is what you see with the numbers increasing to a maximum of 4. And that's it. This is all that you need to generate free electricity. This motor actually generated enough power to run a 52-room university. That's all the lighting, heating and any electrical needs a university could need. This model occupied around 6 foot of floor space. The universal mathematics are there for you to understand how the ratios work. Okay, now let me show you what Santos was teaching and what Walter Russell's motor just demonstrated in the APM model. Today you are going to learn how this realm really works. Now we'll add in our trumpeters. Yes, I decoded what the trumpeters represent in scriptures. Let's add in our equatorial compression zones and our north and south expansion zones. This, ladies and gentlemen, is how our realm divides and multiplies the sex pairs. It is the exact same principle, although on a creator-sized scale. You will understand that hot flow across the equator now, hopefully. You can see now what is very special with the golden ratio. It is basically telling you that the Higgs boson zones are where the golden ratio lies, the golden parts of the colour spectrum where the short circuit will take place. They are all harnessing energy within their cubed spheres at the golden ratio. Pretty cool, isn't it? This image by Walter Russell contains some very interesting information. The gravity cycle is the motivative force of the universal heartbeat. Notice how Walter correctly uses the bar magnet as a pressure recorder, because this is what gravity truly is. A pressure system that is created by the halos we have been highlighting for some time now. We realized you do not need a container to create a pressure system. The projected halos create this system perfectly, and we have shown this in our End Times 2 video with the decodings of what Noah really is and how it works, and with references to the receding oceans events and how it was designed to contain water. Another thing that really surprised me when I overlaid this on our grid and decoded more parts of the realm, as this helped me to see how the flow was matching real world data. This is another layer of the APM model, and one conscience is going to explain how.
When I look at this, it's truly exciting to see everything I've been attempting to express for the last few years, shown in such vivid detail. So let's discuss it and relate it to our Earth energy flow, from the perspective of earthquakes and volcanoes. From our east and west gates, we have simultaneous energy coming in, running down the equator. As it hits each cross point of expansion areas, it will split, and and flow the grid up and down, releasing along the way, always in the same spots. This is repeatable data that can be easily tracked. From the east and west simultaneously, the energy will flow to the pre-designed path, moving towards the center of the grid. All of the crisscross points are volcanic fields as well. Some are dormant and some are active. Depending on the cycle of the micro scale of the world determines if these volcanic fields are active. The two large S's that we see are very special points. These areas are where the energy has multiplied and expanded out the most it can be in our realm, so the power generated back in to become compressed at the center is very great. We see the effects of these areas in the form of constant earthquake activity and major volcanic eruptions. These two major spots give the power its push to continue the push that makes the journey. We see most of our major activity on the spots that are compressing inwards towards the center. All around, we do have activity, but it's the main compression areas that have the most powerful effects. As we hit the center of the grid, from both sides, the energy will make its way north, as we have shown in past presentations. We have referred to this as a reset spot. However, what occurs is the energy heads north up the meridian, and it spreads out at the northern point. It then wraps around and heads east and west to return again to the gates. Then the process begins again. This effect is what we call Taurus energy. This is the energy we have been following across the grid for over 2 years now. This is one more layer that allows us to show you the flow in more understandable terms. This is the cause of our Earth events that science says can't be predicted. However, with the blueprints like this, and the rest of the knowledge we alone have shared, we can know our Earth and the repeatable, predictable processes.
This design and layout perfectly explains the quake areas as One Conscience just demonstrated, which we have always stated this is technology switching on. And we can see from the design the anode and cathode array setup, the positive and negatives the energy paths and grid creates, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. You can see how these energies are distributed around this grid easily. This layer appears to be on a different level to the previous layer One Conscience just talked about, another layer in the underworld. To decode the realm, we just need to decode the best minds in the world, as they all have to stay and operate within the laws of the construct. You can make your own minds up on how Walter decoded this knowledge, but as you can see here, this fits our grid perfectly and everything is exactly where it needs to be to work on a realm scale model. This of course adds another layer to the APM model, more parts of the construct decoded. The shapes of these two large areas also appear to have a 4-tier pyramidal design. Again, the Walter Russell explanation of gravity and pressure apply, which we know now relates to expansion and compression cycles that generate huge amounts of energy within the light spectrum. Also notice we now have an idea what would be at the east gate, another layer or area we can contemplate and work out its design. The design does appear to be recycling energy back into the grid. This is amazing information and certainly helps explain how this realm is working. The scriptural trumpets represent the Taurus field created by the tornado vortex the accelerators create. Two counter-rotating coils basically working together to create that environment. As we have mentioned previously, tornadoes and winds are created by the projected halos, of which we have been documenting and explaining now for years. The lunar waves I decoded in previous videos reveal the halos, as do many people's recordings whom have been kind enough to share them. You can see various decodings of these videos here on my channel. We can now see a layer coming into view, which would represent a part of the East Gates, another addition to the APM model. Now we can see how the energy gets recycled back into the realm. Isn't that amazing, people? More blueprints that actually make sense when overlaid with the Nazca line overlays we call our grid. What are the chances of that? We can now duplicate that and demonstrate what it would look and behave like from all of the gates. And isn't that amazing? It makes perfect sense and completes the circuit. This is mind-blowing and very revealing information and helps explain a great many things. Okay, the next layer is our spiders, the tidal nodes as they are called. We call them power distribution centers. Their configurations is more in line with the transfer of energies to power other things. As they alternate, this is what creates our tides, the seawater of course being attracted to their activations and thus constantly on the move. Some are permanently on and others switch on and off. You can see by this animation the spiraling effect of this technology. We consider many character personifications such as Perseus to be one of these mechanisms. The cutting off of Medusa's head is really decoding into a rerouting of power. Now the red parts represent high tides and the blue parts represent low tides, and you can see how this technology is manipulating the water to create these tides. Just study it, people, and watch the flow. You'll see it circling round and round. Distributing water, some things will switch on and the water's then forced that direction and then it's rerouted another direction. The whole water table is being manipulated by this technology.
Let's take a moment and look at Perseus holding Medusa's head, as seen in all the depictions. So, can we place this in our world? Yes, we absolutely can. When I outlined Perseus and placed him in the world, we come to the western United States, as seen here. He is on the west coast of North America holding Medusa's head, which is a giant in the topography of Western America, and going up into Canada. Also, if we pay close attention, we can see that Medusa is looking directly at Yellowstone. So this tells us that Perseus holding her head to look at Yellowstone is the way the power is turned off for that point, and he is directing it towards the northwestern direction instead. And to add to that, the direction that he is pointing, there are the islands coming off of Alaska where the volcanoes that erupt actually blow up the entire island and reform the topography all the time. So that tells us that there's great power being put into that area.
Now this image needs no introduction. This is Walter Russell's cosmic pendulum. This is how Walter demonstrates how the spiraling pressure waves create harvestable energy. This fantastic animation with sounds demonstrating it perfectly. You can see where the centripetal and centrifugal forces play their parts in generating energy as they spiral outwards. The inside and outside of the Taurus field basically. The zero represents the equatorial line, and the left and right sides the division of the sex pairs. The division and multiplication of the harvested energies are perfectly demonstrated below. You can see now how the design of the spiral the ancients depicted everywhere is so very important and tells us they already knew this information. Notice how different parts of the colour spectrum give different amounts of energy. A big thanks go out here to P900 Coolpix for helping bring this image to life. What a fantastic, beautiful piece of work. Here is some more magnetic data from Ceres that perfectly matches what our research is showing. It reveals the spiraling flows of energy from the three key sites on our grid. You can see how the left-hand rule and right-hand rule spirals play their parts. The spiraling pressure waves are what create light. Remember, light does not move, it divides and multiplies, which gives the appearance of movement. Understand and follow these laws and you will create light. Compression, expansion, division and multiplication is the key. Okay, taking all the above into account, we can demonstrate now how the realm works in the APM model. We have our heat at the equator, which heats our reactor at the centre of the grid, the heart of the machine. Satan, Baphomet, or whichever name you wish to associate with this reactor. It then gives power to our first halo, which distributes the energy to start up various installations on the centre plate, the primary 8 for example. This then doubles in power as the second halo is now generating power and distributing it across the grid. Now she comes to life, and with all the larger halos operating within the golden ratio of their cube spheres, we are harvesting huge amounts of energy and transferring it around the grid. The spiders doing the same processes of distributing power where it is needed. The red and blue areas highlight the compression and expansion zones, and the Walter Russell overlay shows how the division and multiplication works on the realm scale model. We fade in and out our various overlays to see and connect these processes and introduce the gates in the north, south, east and west. Isn't that amazing, people? What a sight to behold. The overlays, the spiders, the power distribution, the reactor, the anodes and cathodes. Wow, this really is the power and the glory. Okay, now we come down to look north towards Polaris and the north gates, and we can see how the spiraling and illuminated light is what is creating our star trails. Stars are accelerated light from various parts of the visible spectrum, and their focus is Polaris, which is obviously feeding the energy back into the grid. We are basically in the eye of a storm, the inside of the spiraling vortexes that are compressing east to west and expanding north to south. This is how the APM model currently works from our understandings and decodings of everything that we have researched. This is a work in progress.
So let's talk about crystals and grasp an understanding of how much crystals play a part in our world and our luminary workings. A crystal or crystalline solid is a solid material whose atoms, molecules, or ions are arranged in a highly ordered microscopic structure, forming a lattice that extends in all directions. We can reference Enoch chapter 14, verses 10 through 16 for a fantastic description of this. They elevated me aloft to heaven. I proceeded until I arrived at a wall built with stones of crystal. A vibrating flame surrounded it, which began to strike me with terror. Into this vibrating flame I entered, and drew nigh to a spacious habitation built also with stones of crystal. Its walls too, as well as the pavement, were formed with stones of crystal, and crystal likewise was the ground. Its roof had the appearance of agitated stars and flashes of lightning, and among them were cherubim of fire in a stormy sky. A flame burned around its walls, and its portal blazed with fire. When I entered into this dwelling, it was hot as fire and cold as ice. No trace of delight or life was there. Terror overwhelmed me, and a fearful shaking seized me. Violently agitated and trembling, I fell upon my face. In the vision I looked, and behold, there was another habitation more spacious than the former, every entrance to which was open before me, erected in the midst of a vibrating flame. And so greatly did it excel in all points, in glory, in magnificence, and in magnitude, that it is impossible to describe to you either the splendor or the extent of it. Its floor was on fire, above were lightnings and agitated stars, while its roof exhibited a blazing fire. Macroscopic single crystals are usually identifiable by their geometric shape. Some examples of large crystals include snowflakes, diamonds, and table salt. A little fact is, if the world oceans were to evaporate, we would be left with 4.5 million cubic miles of salt. This would be a cube measuring 165 miles on each side. Salt in water carries an electrical charge. Also, water-based ice in the form of snow, sea ice, and glaciers is a very common form of crystals and polycrystals. Let's look at some verses that may relate to this. Revelations 22:1, and he shewed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of God and of the Lamb. Revelations 4:6, and before the throne there was a sea of glass like unto crystal, and in the midst of the throne and round about the throne were 4 beasts full of eyes before and behind. Most inorganic solids are not crystals, but they are polycrystals. Some examples of these metals are rocks, ceramics, and ice. By volume and weight, we find the largest concentration of crystals in the Earth's bedrock. Rock, such as granite, have cooled very slowly and under great pressures have completely crystallized, but with many kinds of lava were poured out onto our surface and cooled rapidly. And in this group we find amorphous crystals or glassy matter. In these, the atoms have no periodic structure whatsoever. Examples of amorphous solids include glass, wax, and many plastics. Other crystalline rocks. The metamorphic rocks such as marbles, mica, and quartzites are recrystallized. This means that they were first at fragmental rock like limestone, shale, and sandstone, and have never been in a molten condition. Instead, high temps and pressure of metamorphism have acted on them by erasing them to their original structures and have induced recrystallization in the solid state. Now that we have an idea of what all is crystalline, let's shift to how crystals relate to electrical currents. This is due to the motion of ions and light particles. Ions move by hopping from site to site through the lattice. All solids can conduct electricity this way in crystals. The ion hops are induced by thermal fluctuations. As I said, they move within the lattice, vibrating around these points. Temperature is defined as the average energy of this vibrational motion. The more the ion move, the higher the temperature. Research shows that the higher the temperature, the more frequent are these thermal fluctuations. Ions therefore hop more often at higher temperatures. Ions are created in nature by sunlight. As the sun hits the compression point, it heats up greatly, so this switching and hopping occurs regularly during this time. As the sun hits the expansion point, the heat decreases and the ion's vibratory rate is decreasing. The light and heat begin to decrease for our sunsets. The same occurs at sunrise. Crystals such as quartz can be tapped for electricity using the piezoelectric method. By securing the crystal and subjecting it to a direct force with a permanent magnet, a detectable amount of electricity is released. We see this technology in cigarette lighters and gas grill ignition buttons. Continuously rapping on the crystal will produce usable electrical current. Although artificial, pyroelectric materials have been engineered. The effect was first discovered in minerals, such as tourmaline. The pyroelectric effect is also present in bone and tendon. Pyroelectricity is a property of certain crystals in which there is a natural polarization and as a result contain large electric fields. Pyroelectricity can be described as the ability of certain materials to generate a temporary voltage when they are heated or cooled. The change in temperature modifies the position of the atoms slightly within the crystal structure, such that the polarization of the material changes. This polarization change gives rise to a voltage across the crystal. A pyroelectric can be repeatedly heated and cooled to generate usable electrical power. This is the switching from positive to negative and expansion and compression points we see in our sun luminary. Now, if the temperature stays constant at its new value, the pyroelectric voltage gradually disappears due to the leakage current. The leakage can be due to the light particles moving through the crystal or ions moving through the air. Another example is gallium nitride, which is a semiconductor. The large electric fields in this material are detrimental in light-emitting diodes, but useful for the production of power transistors. Now let's look at crystals and light. So most people would say the fastest thing known is the speed of light, and it can't be stopped or trapped, right? Well, to stop or trap light is a technique called electromagnetically induced transparency. Researchers have done experiments. They start with a cryogenically cooled opaque crystal of yttrium silicate, which is an optical crystal material used as a host for various rare earth dopants. Doped with praseodymium, which is a soft silvery, malleable and ductile metal, valued for its magnetic, electrical, chemical, and optical properties. It is too reactive to be found in native form, and pure praseodymium metal slowly develops a green oxide coating when exposed to air. A control laser is fired at the crystal, triggering a complex quantum level reaction that turns it transparent. A second light source, the data image source, is then beamed into the now transparent crystal. The control laser is then turned off, turning the crystal opaque. Not only does this leave the light trapped inside, but the opacity means the light inside can no longer bounce around. With nowhere to go, the energy from the photon is picked up by atoms within the crystal, and the data carried by the photon is converted into an atomic spin. To get the light back out of the crystal, the control laser is turned back on and the spin excitations are emitted at photons. These atomic spins can maintain coherence for around a minute, after which the light pulse image fizzles. In essence, this entire setup allows for the storage and retrieval of data from light memory. It should be possible to store data for longer periods too, using other crystals, such as europium doped yttrium silicate, and by using specially tailored magnetic fields. Now we will look at one last bit and then explain why we are speaking about all this information. How can light be solid? Let's see how Ezekiel describes this. Ezekiel 1:6. The appearance of the wheels and their workmanship was like sparkling beryl, and all four of them had the same form, their appearance and workmanship being as if one wheel was within another wheel. Ezekiel 10:9. Then I looked, and behold, 4 wheels beside the cherubim, 1 wheel beside each cherubim, and the appearance of the wheel was like the gleam of a tarnished stone. Locking individual photons together so they become like a solid object. Researchers constructed what they call an artificial atom, made of 100 billion atoms engineered to act like a single unit. They then brought this closer to the superconducting wire carrying photons. In one of the almost incomprehensible behaviors unique to the quantum world, the atom and photons became entangled so that their properties passed between the atom and the photons in the wire. The photons started to behave like atoms correlating with each other to produce one single oscillating system. Now, what I'm going to suggest that this is the process probably how the luminaries below occur. As it happens below, we see the lights above in our heavens. Electricity being moved along our lattice grid and being stopped and trapped inside crystals to show us our luminaries. This is science reverse engineering to recreate our sun. This is what the ancients showed us. And this is what is in our faces with the royals and popes, etc., carrying their scepters with precious crystalline stones and gems. This is depicted all over for us in ancient glyphs and texts. Just take a moment with APM eyes and imagine what is in the layers below. Magnificent perfection of massive magnetic lines carrying electricity leading to crystals as described by Ezekiel in chapter 1, verse 22. And the likeness of the firmament upon the heads of the living creatures was as the color of terrible crystal, stretched forth over their heads above. So let's define living creatures, full of vigor in active operation, or use in its natural state or place, having natural force and motion. It's easy to see how we are deceived about the living creatures and how the language has been messed with, and we believe the words to have meaning relating only to humans. However, if we know the language of the angels and understand it, we can see this is how our luminaries are working. What is that language? It's the language of frequency, magnetics, and light. To understand the original language, we need to look into etymology and understand what the words actually means. We covered a lot of this in our Sigil series on how to understand the language of the angels. So let's look at what Walter Russell has to say about crystals. The science of crystallography is today without the basic foundation of a fundamental law. It is today but an organized collation of known facts of unknown causes. It is today beyond the power of man to determine in advance the exact crystallization of any element, compound, mixture, or alloy. Nor can cleavage, twining, or other effects of crystallization be determined in advance of experiment or observation. The base principle, it will be no longer necessary for the chemist or metallurgist to waste precious effort in experimentation. The application of these simple laws, all effects can be worked out on paper, even to those amorphous effects which cannot be determined by experimentation. An application of his series of drawings to the following series, which ties crystallography to chemistry and electricity as a higher chemistry or electrochemistry, will be greatly simplified in the labors of the research chemists.
This is the current model I have been recreating of our Sun's halo system. Its technological configuration, which we have been privileged to see being revealed in the heavens. Remember, revelations simply means the construct reveals itself in the end times, the end of a cycle we have covered in our end times decoded videos. What we are seeing are various parts of the Sun's actual projector system being highlighted. Many parts of the solar boat's technological workings being projected, as well as the Sun's image. The Sun is attached to, or is a part of, the large horizontal halo. It is this that epicycles across our sky. Of course, its physical model is doing the same movements below. The scarab beetle represents this vehicle below, which is why the scarab beetle was considered sacred. It has very special meaning, and we can see why now. The scarab beetle decoded. It represents the solar boat, the Sun's vehicle that is projecting our Sun's halo system and image. Although I use the word projection, it is more than that. It can physically interact with the environment around it, converting elements to matter as it goes. They all operate on this same principle. The Moon also has this same halo configuration, but appears to be doing a reverse role. Watch them in the sky, people. You will see and capture these very special reveals sooner or later. This is what they are trying to hide, the true nature of our realm and how it really works. So we have a large horizontal halo which contains 8 nodal points, which we have previously referenced in many decodings, of which are doing different functions. We have a smaller horizontal halo at node 1, which is where the Sun's image seems to be originating from. At the front is a vertical halo, which is obviously involved in producing a vortex which is used to start the Sun generating its solar image. This one connects to the large horizontal halo at nodes 2 and 8. The two nodes we usually see either side of the Sun, and is working in conjunction with the larger vertical halo we see at nodes 3 and 7. This larger vertical halo is usually noticed by its show of colours produced in the visible spectrum, which reveals its electromagnetic nature. You can view various captures of the Sun's halos on our Sun Halo Focus videos here on my channel. A big thank you go out to all those people who have sent in their very special captures of this amazing revelation. There is much more to see yet. Eyes to the skies, people. Okay, now we are going to decode the sacred geometry of the Rome Coliseum. We are told it was filled with water so they could practice navy games. Oh, really? Do you want to see what I see? Of course you do. Buckle up, we're going in. I hope you all enjoyed that little tour of this 3D model of the Coliseum. Now let's take a look at this configuration. Let's remove the platform on the right so we can see and complete this circuit. Next we will add in our poles, the equatorial poles of course taking care of the compression cycle, and the north and south poles taking care of the expansion cycle, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. All of which are operating well within the golden ratio of their cube spheres. Pretty cool, huh? Also take note of the pyramidal patterns of the cubes, or as Santos Bonacci would call it, the pyramid, the fire in the centre. This is the heart of the machine. You can see now how the symmetry is important in the construction and what it truly means. So, the Rome Coliseum, ladies and gentlemen, is a very large power generation station. Consider Walter Russell's 6-foot in scale footprint model that could run a 52-room university, to what something the scale of this Coliseum could run. This could run an entire city with ease. Simply add hot water. So, we can now consider the Rome Coliseum decoded. I hope you enjoyed this presentation and that you can see how easy this really is. So what you have seen is how we have decoded Santos Bonacci's work into the APM model and how it explains the toroidal field and effects, which is what generates electricity. You have seen how we decode Walter Russell's work into the APM model and cross-reference it easily to the grid, worldly workings, the design and production of power generation, including a demonstration of how the realm is producing its own power and where these principles originate from. You have seen how the magnetic data provided by Ceres confirms the anode-cathode array setup either side of the reactor at the centre of the grid, how it distributes the energy, and how stars are created and are in a constant vortex spiralling north and south, the ones in the east and west being drawn in and made visible as they cross our skies. One Conscience has more than adequately given you the science hiding behind this technology and explained how it affects and interacts with our world around us. You have seen how the geometry of the Rome Coliseum was decoded easily using these principles. I have also decoded pyramids and ancient temples the same way. These will be out in our next video. From the macro to the micro, these laws apply. Power generation is simply compression and expansion, harnessing from the Higgs boson region of the equipment in use. The left and right hand rules being applied to water pressure and narrowings in the pipework to accelerate water and thus create the toroidal effect at the narrowings and widenings, as this would be the harnessing points. the toroidal pressure wave causing the circumstances needed to generate and harness electricity. The short circuit in the colour spectrum Walter Russell explained in his diagrams. All of mankind's works is designed and derived from and around this construct's workings. All the laws that Walter Russell states apply. There are a few things I disagree with from Walter Russell's work, and one is the fact that this is a technological construct which now reveals a very intelligent creator of unknown size, as the magnitude of this construct is vast, hence the ancients finding it hard to explain and express. Also take into account etymology. Much has changed in the way words are now perceived. There have been lots of language changes and the flipping of words to hide their true meanings. The constant changes in languages may also relate to the pole shift event that we have covered in the End Times Decoded videos. There is a chance this polarity flip may cause issues with memory. As I have mentioned previously, the data does state by 2050 68% of the world's population will have dementia. Why is no one even talking about this? This may of course be compounded by the chemtrails they use to try and hide the sun's halo system when it shows, which you can see in the sun halo focus videos. Again, a big thank you to those observant people sharing their very special captures. This is the true nature of our realm, a technological construct of unknown scale. We basically work with a strip of data we call a map, of which Ceres' magnetic data has shown is a much larger realm than mainstream's maps portray. But we can easily decode and explain the effects of the realm we have encountered for years now. This of course reveals and proves a creator. Their glory is a technological glory. They were teaching science and knowledge, not worship and religions. When you decode the realm with the understanding that the scriptural angels, Anunnaki, Cherubim, Seraphim, etc. are just different names for the same technologies by different cultures, you realise they are all referencing the exact same thing. They're explanations for the technologies that create and move luminaries and are responsible for pretty much most of nature's processes. The seal of the 144,000 decodes easily as 144,000 sealed rooms below. Remember, Scripture tells us the underworld is their prison. These are the personified characters you have all seen in geo, petro and hieroglyphs from every culture's history. This would be the reason that we can see that they would lie about the shape of the world, because when you arrive at flat Earth you are left with two very important questions. What is creating and moving the luminaries, and who created the mechanisms that are doing it? You are here. We are here, right now. Welcome to the Angelic Particle Matrix. Let there be light. Solomon's Key Decoded. I made this to help you understand how this really works. So a big thank you go to the creator, Walter Russell and Santos Panacci. This decodes sacred geometry in all its forms and is the path to 0-point energy. It is based on the same principles as our realm uses. Oh, before we go, this should help you remember. The Ang, the cross plate, represents the east to west compression zones and the north and south the expansion zones, the loop at the top representing the Taurus field. The Celtic cross, east to west compression zones and north to south expansion zones, the circle representing the cubing of the sphere around the reactor. A beautiful Native American one, the eagle's wings represent the east to west compression zones. Note the lovely use of red and blue shift colours. Right hand rule in, left hand rule out. The north and south representing the expansion zones. The halo is the cube sphere. A lovely Japanese example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Note the use of a deity representing the reactor, and the halo with directional flow arrows. Another fine example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Excellent use of the red and blue parts of the spectrum and a very ornate piece. A lovely gold example, notice the spirals indicating the flow, east to west compression, north to south expansion. The reactor represented by the dot in the centre. A Maltese cross type example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Lovely use of a ruby for the reactor at the centre, and the gates in the north, south, east and west represented by the circles. The common theme here is that everyone knew what it all represented, and now so do you. We knew this, you will remember.
Time you may embrace, a time to refrain. To everything turn, turn, turn. There is a season, turn, turn, turn. And a time to every purpose under heaven. A time to gain, a time to lose, a time to rend, a time to sow, a time for love, a time for hate, a time for peace. I swear it's not too late.
Okay, so NOAA is a technological process that is connected to what mainstream call a pole shift event. Would you like to meet NOAA? This is created by NOAA. The morning glory is very aptly named, isn't it? Some people call these roll clouds, but ask yourself this: what could possibly make clouds behave like this? Only electromagnetics have the power to do this. Electromagnetics on a grand scale. Notice the rotating vortex contained and held stationary. In some cases it appears to release the clouds and the winds take them away, which probably means it just shut down and the clouds blew away. This can also be related to the 4 pressure changes we record daily. Another option is the halo that is holding the clouds actually starts moving in a certain direction, which reminds me of the anti-Caperian mechanism in a way, which means there is a very large electromagnetic device moving below. On the subject of gravity and pull, there is no such force as a pulling force, but there is an obvious pushing effect from these halos that can affect oceans and seas. You would only need to increase the power into the halo to increase the pressure. These halos can be seen stretching for hundreds of miles and are very predictable in some locations. Isn't this truly amazing, people? Look at that. Here is more proof of electromagnetic evidence. This clip, captured by Kim Johnson, shows some very unusual patterns formed by clouds. They appear to follow a path. I want you to take note of the shape it creates. That path can be seen here in this electromagnetic data recorded by Ceres. This is real-world magnetic data overlaid on the map. Real electromagnetic data that is playing a very big part in the movement of luminaries, as you can see in these images. The configuration matching a sweepback transformer that moves the sun's image across the sky as the sun and probably other luminaries are captured on top of the cones in use. This also requires the sun's physical model to be below us, and we are seeing the projection above. Take a good look, people, and memorize these shapes, as you will notice them in the heavens. This image here is from over Antarctica looking north. See how the magnetic data always appears to be in sets of 3. The locations they connect having a very big part in causing quakes and following luminaries as they are enabled. Here is more proof captured by Super Dave 44. Again, clouds following an invisible path. Take note of the shapes. You will notice these more and more, and now we have an answer for them. When you see them, try and check your compass to see if it is in north to south alignment, or more electromagnetic data being revealed that follow different paths. Going back to the pressure changes, for you people recording long distance flat earth proofs, consider this compression and why you sometimes see different views from the same location. Some scenes looking more compressed and some looking much clearer, and thus allowing you to see further distances. We now have a cause for this compression and expansion. Various halos turning on and off, creating the pressure changes recorded daily. It condenses the atmosphere, as you can see happening in this video recorded by Sandra. Try it yourself, you will be surprised at the differences recorded from the same location and height of camera. Okay, so on with identifying Noah. We believe the central halo is Noah. You may remember back in 2017 I was looking into the oceans receding in South America. Here is how they tie in. Let's check along Noah's path. As you can see here, this halo intersects here alongside other parts of the grid. Definitely a busy area and receding oceans. Again, this halo is close to the landmass, and here we have the same ocean receding event in Ecuador. Central America. All this area was affected and will continue to be so, as this halo goes right through this area. The events are not just contained to the halo's path, the lines from the grid are also electromagnetically pulsed, it seems. You can see where one of the primary 8 are in the Gulf of Mexico. They create a spiraling vortex, which is what is responsible for tornadoes and such. Florida. The location I placed the spider from the Nazca lines overlay, probably meaning dangerous waters due to the amount of the grid and halo intersections below this area. I haven't found any as yet from Spain and South Africa. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Perhaps this side of the halo gets the reverse effect, rising waters. So, I looked into the next larger halo and other events. Badger, California, Rushikonda Beach, India, both having the same receding ocean events. And Northern Australia, especially the Gulf of Carpentaria, famous for its amazing display of morning glory, an obvious sign there is much halo electromagnetic activity going on below here. You may have noticed I used the image of Moses in the decode. I could not find an image of Noah, and the reason I used Moses in this video is because of the mention of the parting of the Red Sea. The only one crossing the Red Sea is on one of our primary 8, which leads into Saudi Arabia. This would have the capability to part that sea. It says Moses is a fictitious character, and we would agree. None of them are characters, they are technological processes. Moses, be a good chap and show these fine people how you part the Red Sea. Hello and welcome to APM Seasons. In this video I will be explaining how our seasons work with the Sun and the gates. You will be seeing a lot of information on screen, so I'll use this screenshot to help break down what you are looking at. On the left you can see the waveform tracker. This basically tracks the changes across the seasons. We will get into that in a few moments. On the bottom left in green text is information from the creation calendar synced with the seasonal switching. When you see the red chevrons, some extra information is displayed in red above and beside it. At the bottom center is the astrology tracker. This tracks the zodiac information and a few other things. On the bottom right is the sun gate tracker, which I made to help me decode the gate's correct sequences and track the sun by degrees to help identify the gate switching from Auckland, New Zealand and their perspective bubble. So without further ado, we will continue. We are starting from the March equinox, gate 4R on the map. Each crossing and return of the Sun represents 30 days or 1 month, 360 days total over the course of a year. We did add a 24-hour Sun. For now I placed it in the path coming up from gate 6F. Boots on the ground needed from the northeastern latitudes to determine where it comes from and heads back towards the east gates. You will be seeing information relating to the Sun's return path above the waveform tracker and the object crossing the map from west to east after sunset. We believe these are our luminaries returning back to the east, as we have decoded previously. I do think the Sun uses a sinusoidal orbit, but we added them all near orbit also, as there is more than just the Sun returning east, and we will be trying to identify them by their set times. You may think those waveforms just depict day and night, but you would be wrong. They physically exist and we have recorded them on the mimic maps. You can see them if you look carefully in the overlays on the top left. You will also see them change with the seasons in the waveform tracker. There are also members in our group recording the ISS passing, so we can try and get a better look at it. We do expect it to vanish completely before your eyes, as we have shown before with the mimic map findings. There is more than one signal moving around the map, and when they overlap they seem to occlude the light and it reappears elsewhere. This may also be what is creating our lunar eclipse, as the waveforms overlap. Remember, there is more than one luminary moving around up there, and all will have their own unique waveforms. As we have shown in our Power and Glory video, that light in the sky is Isis, Ra's mother, rejuvenating the Sun, which actually decodes as a recharging process. Solar rejuvenation, as worded in the 12 Gates presentation. In Christianity, that light in the sky is known as Mary, the star of the sea. How did we forget all this? The information in the Sun Gate tracker was obtained from time and date by P900 Coolpick Sandra. She picked a random year, which in this case was 2006. We recorded the information for sunrise, sunset, total sun hours and the compass degrees to the sunrise as viewed from Auckland, New Zealand. We chose the 25th of each month to make sure the gates had switched, and this helped show me where they would be seeing the sunrise from and help pinpoint the direction to match which gate was in use. I called the rear gates long days and the forward gates short days, as in their groups of 4. This is how it works, lengthening and shortening the days as the Sun cycles around the 12 gates. The 25th of March is also the first day of the new year in the Persian and Indian calendars, as an aside. Do notice also how accurate the compass is in catching the gate switches with the Sun Gate tracker. We do think the Sun travels above and below the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, and this is going to require boots on the ground if anyone at those latitudes can help identify if the Sun is travelling north or south of those tropics. For full exploration, obviously we would recommend going east, as the eastern gates are closer, it is much warmer, and you should be thinking of where our luminaries are actually coming from, as this cannot be hidden. The first thing I did notice with this is our zodiac is directly linked to the switching of the gates, as you can see in this animation. The gemstones connected to birth signs may actually be created by our Sun as it passes over the locales where these gems are found. More work needed there, but as we have shown in a previous video, our star halos are responsible for depositing elements. We see the dispersal as shooting stars and such, but more on that later. In the animation, the Sun is finishing its yearly cycle in February from gate 3F and will cross over to March for the new year in gate 4R. The creation calendar works perfectly and now has the gates in the correct sequence, which is 4R, 5R, 6R, 6F, 5F, 4F, 3R, 2R, 1R, 1F, 2F, 3F, and back to gate 4R. A little bit more information on the long and short days. Due to the difference in distance between the gates at their front and rear in their groups of 4, these are what are responsible for people assuming the luminaries are travelling faster at certain times of the year. In reality, the Sun has just shorter or longer distances to travel west, depending if it is coming from a front gate or a rear gate. Obviously it will have a few thousand miles less to travel if coming from a front gate, and longer to travel from the rear gates in their 4 group sets. There is something else I have to show you, more surprises, isn't there always with this research? Gates 4R, 5R, 6R, 6F, 5F, 4F, 3R, 2R, 1R, 1F, 2F, 3F and 4R. If I were to stand at the equator facing east and take a photo on the 25th of each month, I would capture this image. This, ladies and gentlemen, is our Sun's true analemma orbit as dictated by our zodiac and the 12 gates. We are instantly reminded from various cultures, such as the Egyptians, that our luminaries are birthed from between the thighs of the goddess Nut. Do you see this, people? Isn't that amazing? Everything is being placed back into its original context and making more sense. I have added our zodiac signs over these locations. As far as we're concerned, everything still needs decoded and broken down into its correct context. Everything. I guess the question now is, who is going to be the first person to record our Sun's true analemma? Good luck, people, and I hope this presentation makes sense to you and helps with your own research.
Okay, everybody, lie down on the floor and keep calm.
This is what KLF is about. Also known as the justified ancients of Moon, furthermore known as the jams.
Come on, boy, do you wanna ride?
In the year AD 595, in the time of Muhammad, something wondrous and fearsome appeared. At that time, a bright comet was seen over Constantinople for a whole year. In the year AD 1007, a wondrous comet appeared. It gave off fire and flames in all directions. As it fell to earth, it was seen in Germany and Italy. In the year AD 1103, on the Friday of the first week of Lent, an unusual star appeared in the evening. It appeared in the south and in the west. It was visible for 25 days and always at the same hour. From the south, a great shaft of light moved towards it. After this, on Maundy Thursday, 2 moons were seen, one of them in the east. In the year AD 684, a comet appeared for 3 months. This was followed by such heavy rain, storms, wind and thunder as had never been heard before, and this element acted as if it wanted to destroy the city of Rome completely, and a great many livestock died in terrible ways, and people died from the lightning in the sky they saw. In the year AD 1293, a notably large comet appeared for 3 months, rising in the east and climbing to the middle of the sky, with its rays in the west. And when Pope Urban died, it disappeared again. In the year AD 1300, a fearful comet appeared in the sky. And this year, on St. Andrew's Day, the ground was shaken by an earthquake so that many buildings collapsed. At this time, the first Jubilee year was established by Pope Boniface VIII. In the year AD 1304, 3 moons and a comet appeared, seen around midnight for 3 months, in the German lands and in Italy, just as it is painted here. In the year 1438, in the time of King Albrecht, Duke of Austria, and son-in-law of Emperor Sigismund, a great darkening of the sun was seen in the daytime, and also a great comet with a tail was seen in the city of Liege. This was followed by great bloodshed. In the year AD 1347, a comet appeared in Italy for 2 months. After this, Emperor Louis IV, a Bavarian monarch, died. In the year AD 1351, in the month of December, a comet was seen in the sky around midnight. Afterwards, heavy wind sprang up, and a fiery shaft was seen to fall from the sky, which then presaged great disagreement between the Pope and the Emperor. In the year AD 1401, a large comet with a peacock tail appeared in the sky over Germany. This was followed by the most severe plague in Swabia. In the year 1456, in the month of June, a comet appeared, and within a year of that a yet bigger one, which looked really terrible and was seen in Germany, just as it is painted here. In the year AD 962, a great and wonderful comet appeared in the sky in Italy. This was followed by a great famine, so that many people perished and were found dead in alleys. In the year 1506, a comet appeared for several nights, and turned its tail towards Spain. In this year a lot of fruit grew, and was completely destroyed by caterpillars or rats. This was followed 8 and 9 years later in this country and in Italy by an earthquake so great and violent that in Constantinople a great many buildings were knocked down and people perished. In the year 1519, on the 14th day after the death of His Serene Highness the mighty Roman Emperor Maximilian of glorious remembrance, this comet was seen over the city of Mainz for 2 whole days, so positioned in relation to the Rhine that the star pointed upstream and the cross downstream. In the year 1519, after Christ our Saviour, around the time of his birth, the comet drawn here was seen in the middle of the night near Kraftnitz, turned towards Strasbourg. In the year 1527, on the 11th of October, at 4 o'clock in the morning, this comet was seen in Westridge for 3/4 of an hour, and then it disappeared again. It was extremely long and yellowish red, like a diluted blood in colour. At the front the head was like a bent arm, as if it had a sword in its hand, and was poised to start striking with it. And at the point of the sword there were 3 big stars, and from the stars there issued a cloud-coloured stream, which was longer than the comet's tail, just as it is painted here. In the year 1527, several streaks like long spears were seen next to the comet, with several faces and small swords in amongst them, all intermingled in a pale red colour. Between them could be seen several large flames that blazed very brightly and with a fiery light, and the faces with hair and beards the colour of grey clouds were seen here and there to be flickering through each other, as if they were laying in water that was flowing in rivulets of blood, and as if everything was mixing up together, which looked so terrifying that many who saw it died. In the year 1531, on St. Bartholomew's Day, a comet was seen for some time in the sky every night in Strasbourg and in other places, just as it is painted here. In the year 1531, 4 comets appeared in the sky opposite one another, such that they could be seen in certain places in the Netherlands, just as they are painted. In the year 1531, a comet was seen in the Netherlands, which showered fiery flames like a blacksmith making sparks from iron. Quite fearsome to see, just as is painted here. Of the comet or comet's tail as it first appeared in certain of the high German districts around the 10th of August and then for many nights, more than a lance in length, 1.5 shoes wide, was seen in the sky 1531 years after the birth of Christ. In the year 1533, on the 27th of July, at 2 o'clock after midnight, a terrible comet appeared and was also seen for many days after this, which the astronomers interpreted when unrest later broke out in Germany. In the year 1542, on St. Rupert's Day, the 27th of September, a comet was seen in the sky not far from the moon for many days, just as it is painted here. In the year 1543, on the 4th day of the month of May, a terrible comet was seen in the sky over Pforzheim and in the village of Zesenhausen, with many fiery flames falling from it, and after this there followed many strange things. Some disastrous earthly events linked to comets. Comets are among the most interesting celestial objects out there. Some are visible to the naked eye, and with their predictable orbits we should always see them, provided we know where and when to look. However, ancient civilizations did not have such knowledge. Comets were mysterious objects that were often considered good or bad omens, mostly bad. Halley's Comet is one of the most famous comets out there. It returns at roughly 75-year intervals, and there are historical accounts of its sightings. However, ancient civilizations did not realize they were looking at the same comet until Edmund Halley concluded that the comet spotted in 1531, 1607 and 1682 were actually the same. He predicted it would return again in 1758. The comet returned in 1758, but Halley was dead by then. The comet was named after him anyway. Halley's Comet returned again in 1835, which was the same year that the famous writer Mark Twain was born. Twain died on April the 21st, 1910, when Halley's Comet once again was visible. Mark Twain predicted his death and linked it to the passage of the comet. He remarked, "I came in with Halley's Comet in 1835. It is coming again next year, and I expect to go out with it. It will be the greatest disappointment of my life if I don't go out with Halley's Comet. The Almighty has said, no doubt." Now here are these two unaccountable freaks. They come in together, they must go out together. In March 44 BC, a group of Roman senators assassinated Julius Caesar over concerns that he would declare himself king. 4 months later, a huge funeral festival called Ludi Victoriae Caesarius was held in his honour. A great comet appeared in the skies during the ceremonies and remained visible for 7 days before disappearing. Today we remember that comet as the Great Comet of 44 BC. Astronomers say it is one of the brightest comets to have ever appeared in the sky, and it was also recorded in ancient China. Another great comet soared past the Earth in 1264. Today we call it C/1264 N1, or the Great Comet of 1264. It was very bright and remained visible for 4 months, starting in July. At the time, people already had some superstitions about comets, and seeing one was considered a forewarning of impending disaster. On October the 14th, 1066, troops loyal to King Harold II of England faced the Norman army led by William the Conqueror in the Battle of Hastings. The battle was decisive. King Harold was killed, and William the Conqueror went on to take his throne and become the ruler of England. Halley's Comet, which had appeared in April that year, was linked to the battle. As I have already mentioned, people of the day had not yet realized that the comet was a periodic one that came around every 3/4 of a century. That year, Halley's Comet was so bright that it was 4 times the size of Venus and around 25% as bright as the moon. On October the 20th, 1811, Europeans and Americans watched in awe as a bright comet made its closest approach to the Earth. This was the Great Comet of 1811. The comet had showed up in March, even though no one was expecting to see one at that time. Some Americans became paranoid and suggested that it was an omen of some upcoming disaster. That disaster came on December the 16th, when the great earthquake shook the Midwest and southern United States. The earthquake was so intense that the Mississippi River temporarily flowed backwards. Americans soon linked the comet to the earthquake. They blamed it again when the US and England went to war the following year. The comet did favour other parts of Europe, though. Grape planters had a very good harvest, which was ascribed to the passage of the comet. They even called the wines made from the grapes harvested that year comet wine. A bright comet passed the Earth in 1680. Predictably, it's now called the Great Comet of 1680. This comet was of interest to several scientists, including Sir Isaac Newton, who used it to confirm a gravity theory he had proposed. In addition, Edmund Halley used it to determine the orbit of 24 comets. Mathematician William Whiston later studied the Great Comet of 1680 and concluded that it had made earlier flybys thousands of years beforehand. He said the comet strayed so close to the Earth during one of the flybys that water from its tail fell to the surface. Whiston added that the gravitational force of the passing comet also forced water out of the Earth's crust. Whiston concluded that the massive rainfall from the comet's tail and the huge amounts of water that reached the Earth's surface from below caused the massive floods mentioned in the Bible, the same one that Noah built an ark to escape. In AD 536, the Earth suddenly got cold. Scholars of the day wrote that the sun was small and obscured, as if there was an eclipse. The sun could not provide enough heat, causing temperatures to drop. It got so cold that the ground was covered in frost in the middle of summer. Crops failed, causing famine, mass migration, disease, and plague. This continued for a decade until the Earth got warmer again. The Justinian plague of 541 to 542 was one of the most disastrous events of the period. It decimated a good chunk of the population of the Byzantine Empire. Astronomers do not know what caused the Earth to cool. They suspect the sudden eruption of a massive volcano in El Salvador. The Inca Empire was the largest empire to spring up in pre-Columbian America. It had millions of people and covered a vast area until the Spanish came along and overthrew the emperor. Huayna Capac was the Incan emperor at the time the Spanish first arrived. He knew they were going to overthrow the empire based on several signs he had seen before their arrival. One was a large green comet that flew across the sky. The other was his home, which was destroyed by lightning. There was also a prophecy that the Incas would be defeated by some strangers who looked different from any other people they had ever seen. The Spaniards did not attack at the time Huayna Capac was emperor, however. They left and returned after Huayna Capac had fallen to smallpox, which was nevertheless carried there by the Spanish. The Great Chicago Fire of 1871 remains one of the greatest mysteries of the 19th century. The fire lasted from October the 8th to October the 10th, 1871, destroying one-third of the homes in Chicago. While Mrs. O'Leary and her cow were blamed for starting the fire, even though there was no evidence to prove they were guilty. Other speculations have been raised, including one that involves a comet. In 1883, Ignatius Donnelly claimed the gas from the tail of a passing comet fell to Earth and caused the sparks that started the fire. Donnelly's claims were corroborated by Mel Waskin, who blamed a comet for starting the fire in his 1985 book Mrs. O'Leary's Comet. Donnelly, Waskin and everyone else who have blamed a comet for starting the fire based their theories on claims by some people who said they saw fire fall from the skies at the time the Great Chicago Fire started. These theories may actually be plausible, considering that Chicago was not the only place that burned that October. Similar fire outbreaks occurred along Lake Michigan and in Peshtigo, Wisconsin, the same day the Chicago Fire started. The Peshtigo Fire was actually the deadliest wildfire in U.S. history, despite being overshadowed by the Chicago Fire. The Greeks and Romans believed that the appearance of comets, meteors, and meteor showers were portentous. They were signs that something good or bad had happened, or were about to happen. The arrival of a comet could herald the birth of a great figure, and some people have even argued that the star in the sky, which the Persian Magi followed to Bethlehem to see the newborn Jesus, was actually a comet. In the spring of 44 BC, a comet that appeared was interpreted as a sign of the death of Julius Caesar following his murder. Caesar's adopted son Octavian, soon to be the Emperor Augustus, made much of the comet which burned in the sky during the funeral games held for Caesar. This portentous event was frequently celebrated in the ancient sources. In his epic poem, the Aeneid, Virgil describes how a star appeared in the daytime, and Augustus persuaded people to believe it was Caesar. Augustus celebrated the comet and the death of his father on coins. It did help to be the son of a god when trying to rule the Roman Empire, and many examples survive today. The Roman historian Cassius Dio referred to comet stars occurring in August 30 BC. These are mentioned as among the portents witnessed after the death of the Egyptian queen Cleopatra. Experts are not entirely sure what it means when Dio uses the plural term comet stars, but some have connected this recorded event to the annual Perseid meteor shower. Though it retains an ancient Greek name, we now know that the arrival of the Perseid meteor shower every August is actually the Earth's orbit passing through the debris from the swift Tuttle comet. The meteor shower is named for the Perseids, who were the sons of the ancient Greek hero Perseus. Perseus was a legendary figure with a fine family pedigree. He was the mythical son of Zeus and Argive princess Dana. Perseus earned himself a constellation after a number of epic adventures across the Mediterranean and Near East that included the frequently illustrated murder of the Gorgon's sister Medusa. Another of Perseus's celebrated acts was to rescue the princess Andromeda. Abandoned by her parents to placate a sea monster, the princess was found by Perseus on a rock by the ocean. He married her, and they went on to have 7 sons and 2 daughters. Skywatchers believe that the constellation Perseus, located just beside Andromeda in the night sky, was the origin of shooting stars they could see every summer, and so the name Perseids stuck. In Christian tradition, the Perseid meteor shower has long been connected to the martyrdom of St. Lawrence. Laurentius was a deacon in the early church at Rome, martyred in the year 258 AD during the persecutions of the Emperor Valerian. The martyrdom supposedly took place on August 10th, when the meteor shower was at its height, and so the shooting stars are equated to the saint's tears. Though the myths and legends may make one think that ancient civilizations had little scientific understanding of what meteors, comets and asteroids could be, this couldn't be farther from the truth. The early astronomers of the Near East, those who created the Babylonian and Egyptian calendars and astronomical data, were by far the most advanced in antiquity. And a recent study of ancient cuneiform texts has proven that the Babylonian ability to track comets, planetary movements and sky events as far back as the first millennium BC involved a much more complex geometry than had been previously believed. The APM perspective on comets now is that they are more projections, timed cycles that are there to remind us of a mechanism change, a warning that there may be destructive or other events. I remember watching Comet Hale-Bopp in the 1990s and noticing it change direction every night. At the time I assumed it was something to do with Earth's rotation. But since now discovering the globe is fake and our world is level and stationary, it is the luminaries actually moving. This tells me that comets are actually changing direction and following preset paths. A good example of that was one of the previous images from the Book of Miracles, where a comet perfectly aligned with a river and caused its flow to reverse. Again, more evidence of electromagnetics. below and above having interaction locally and not affecting every river in the lands. This is telling you that the comet's projector is actually below that river. If the luminary is directly overhead, then the projector is directly below. This would also make sense with the flow of rivers. Remember, the word current does not only relate to water.
Now this image needs no introduction. This is Walter Russell's cosmic pendulum. This is how Walter demonstrates how the spiraling pressure waves create harvestable energy. This fantastic animation with sounds demonstrating it perfectly. You can see where the centripetal and centrifugal forces play their parts in generating energy as they spiral outwards. The inside and outside of the Taurus field basically. The zero represents the equatorial line, and the left and right sides the division of the sex pairs. The division and multiplication of the harvested energies are perfectly demonstrated below. You can see now how the design of the spiral the ancients depicted everywhere is so very important, and tells us they already knew this information. Notice how different parts of the colour spectrum give different amounts of energy. A big thanks go out here to P900 Coolpix for helping bring this image to life. What a fantastic, beautiful piece of work. Solomon's Key decoded. I made this to help you understand how this really works. So a big thank you go to the creator, Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci. This decodes sacred geometry in all its forms and is the path to 0-point energy. It is based on the same principles as our realm uses.
So, this is how quakes work in our realm. What I'm showing here is the basic quake paths from the east, then from the west. This is not every quake that hits, but most will follow this basic path. Quakes are repeatable, recordable data, and once someone does the research, they will realize that this is true and there is a pattern and a system that occurs. Quakes basically follow the grid that is overlaid onto our world as you see here. This is due to what's happening below, as we have been saying from the mechanics of the underworld. The systems down there are using an electromagnetic mechanical energy to work and create the processes we see here on surface. This is a grand scale of perfection that we cannot comprehend. As the energy moves along that is producing our luminaries in the heavens, a switching of the magnetics below is occurring. As each cycle of the magnet takes its course, there is a switch that we will get very deep into in our next video. This is where the vibrations will occur on surface. This energy is running along the grid, which is the actual plates of the world. This is likely a massive iron grid. So how do I figure that? Well, because of the plate that Jimbo found quite a while back in Greenland. A massive plate coming out of the ground that happened to be exactly where the grid is here in the map. That was just one small piece of the grid exposed. The pressure coming from below will cause a rise. We see this quite a bit from earthquakes as the land rises. Now, as this pressure is moving along, it will work similar to if you had a large piece of sheet metal and say one person at each end. One hits one end and the other hits the other end. There will be a jolt from each hit of each end, but there will also be a third effect, and that is called the fulcrum point. Both ends will then vibrate to the center where the third jolt will release, which is what happens in quakes. If we get two quakes, the center fulcrum point will receive the third. Now, there are certain spots that repeatedly get hit with deep quakes. This is showing us the layers of the underworld and the size of the technology at play here. The deepness ranges between 700 kilometers to 10 kilometers in earthquakes. The majority of quakes are around 10 kilometers deep. The very specific areas of deep quakes do show us where the larger pieces are, though. Fiji has the deepest quakes recorded, which is showing us the size of the launch piece for the sun, since Fiji is coming right off the eastern gates. The larger piece of tech is going to send great shock waves up and down, causing a seismograph to read the energy at great depths. This system will follow across the realm as pertaining to the sun luminary. Certain quakes will occur repeatedly each day in the same location while the sun is entering the area, and again as the sun is leaving the area. This also occurs with all luminaries. We also have to factor in alignments. As planets align and eclipsing occurs, this also adds to the quake energy, and larger quakes happen on our surface. So, this is how quakes work, so be sure and check out our next video for a very deep understanding of the magnetics of the underworld.
Secrets of love whispered tonight, broken down angel got lost in the cold night. Sitting and screaming, I look for your eyes. Someone who laid on the night. Your music talks to me, hits me tonight. Walking on morning, I hear you say, just a little bit love, a little bit love, oh yeah. Let there be love, oh yeah. It heals and it hurts. She leads you to heaven's door, leaves you for love. Someone who laid on, and you know, some magic conquers me, lives in my soul. She come like an ocean, I hear you say, love will conquer anything. Let it be love, oh yeah. Let there be
This is like the best one I've ever got, FTV. This is for you, buddy.
oh yeah. Let there be love, oh yeah. I know what I want, I know what I feel, I know what I want, alright. So let it be love, let it be love.
This is the current model I have been recreating of our Sun's halo system. Its technological configuration, which we have been privileged to see being revealed in the heavens. Remember, revelations simply means the construct reveals itself in the end times, the end of a cycle we have covered in our End Times Decoded videos. What we are seeing are various parts of the Sun's actual projector system being highlighted. Many parts of the solar boat's technological workings being projected, as well as the Sun's image. The Sun is attached to, or is a part of, the large horizontal halo. It is this that epicycles across our sky. Of course, its physical model is doing the same movements below. The scarab beetle represents this vehicle below, which is why the scarab beetle was considered sacred. It has very special meaning, and we can see why now. The scarab beetle decoded. It represents the solar boat, the Sun's vehicle that is projecting our Sun's halo system and image. Although I use the word projection, it is more than that. It can physically interact with the environment around it, converting elements to matter as it goes. They all operate on this same principle. The Moon also has this same halo configuration, but appears to be doing a reverse role. Watch them in the sky, people. You will see and capture these very special reveals sooner or later. This is what they are trying to hide, the true nature of our realm and how it really works. So we have a large horizontal halo which contains 8 nodal points, which we have previously referenced in many decodings, of which are doing different functions. We have a smaller horizontal halo at node 1, which is where the Sun's image seems to be originating from. At the front is a vertical halo, which is obviously involved in producing a vortex which is used to start the Sun generating its solar image. This one connects to the large horizontal halo at nodes 2 and 8. The two nodes we usually see either side of the Sun, and is working in conjunction with the larger vertical halo we see at nodes 3 and 7. This larger vertical halo is usually noticed by its show of colours produced in the visible spectrum, which reveals its electromagnetic nature. You can view various captures of the Sun's halos on our Sun Halo Focus videos here on my channel. A big thank you go out to all those people who have sent in their very special captures of this amazing revelation. There is much more to see yet. Eyes to the skies, people. Hello everyone. If you have been following our research, you will see how the decodings of sacred geometries, mandalas, scriptures, the Nazca lines, geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, the Book of Enoch, various cultures and belief systems, research of real-world data, those halos in the sky, earthquake data, the mimic map, and much more decode into a technological and mechanical realm, a construct of vast magnitude and magnificence, described and depicted everywhere in our history, the same story of the underworld, the heavens and their workings, repeated over and over no matter where you look, a history and knowledge we seem to have forgot, pieces of a jigsaw that slot together into one amazing construct and conclusion. There is a creator. In this video, you will learn what the stars really are, you will gain a better understanding of Walter Russell's work, and hopefully be able to see what it is we see.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Cette recherche peut choquer certains d'entre vous car elle révèle un créateur et la construction de notre Terre. Cette recherche n'est pas conçue pour provoquer ni offenser. Il révèle plutôt la gloire de le Créateur, ce que nous avons découvert, comment notre monde fonctionne réellement, les décodages des anges et leur véritable identité et finalité nous montrent la voie. Ce sont des technologies conçues par notre Créateur, des technologies qui sont les 144 000 des Écritures. Scellées ci-dessous et travaillent ensemble pour nous donner nos lumières, nos étoiles errantes et la majeure partie de la nature elle-même. C'est le pouvoir et la gloire que le Créateur nous a donné. Un cadeau d'amour, un cadeau que nous sommes supposés d'embrasser et apprendre comme nos ancêtres. Un cadeau qui nous a enseigné tous un peu partout dans ce domaine, comme le montre cette recherche. Merci.
Hello. So today, let's talk about a few little subjects. So, as everyone knows, or has more than likely heard about, the mysterious Bermuda Triangle that's off the coast of Florida. Maybe you've heard of the Nevada Triangle that's in the United States. Area 51's included in this triangle. Maybe possibly the Dragon's Triangle that's off the coast of Japan. But did you know that there's even more of these mysterious triangles? We also have the Malyobka Triangle that's in Russia. We have the Bass Strait that's down by Australia, between Australia and Tasmania. The Masalembo Triangle that's around Indonesia, where boats aren't even allowed to travel. We also have a very large anomaly in the South Atlantic Ocean that's between South America and Africa. So, what do all these have in common? Well, they have had massive disappearances where no traces of the people, ships, planes have been found in many of these cases. Upon looking into the areas, well over 3,000 people have gone missing. Not only that, but people have identified these areas as what mainstream calls alien hotspots. There are many sightings of out-of-place light anomalies reported and recorded in these areas. These areas have had many theories on what could be going on here, such as electromagnetic disturbances, water vortices, large undersea fields of methane, and there's one theory that even says dragons live beneath the sea. One idea that really stuck out to me that makes a lot of sense is a new theory that's proposed by meteorologists, claiming that the reasons for the mysterious pervading the Bermuda Triangle area are unusual hexagonal clouds. These clouds can create winds that run about 170 miles per hour. They're air bombs full of wind. These air pockets cause all the mischief, sinking ships and downing different planes. The scientists conclude that some of these clouds could reach 20 to 55 miles across. Not only that, but the storms produced have waves that can reach as high as 45 feet. And what's more, the clouds have straight edges on multiple sides. Some people believe that such phenomenon occur in places where there's underground fractures, where strong energy is coming up from the depths of the earth. A fracture is actually a wave duct for electromagnetic energy to come up from the lower layers. There are many effects reported besides odd lights, disappearances, and crazy weather. Some have reported effects of a frozen sound. Others report what they say they hear like a tractor coming. You wait for it to come into view, but it never does, and then the sound subsides. Unexplained booming sounds, whistling over the Pacific, and humming from Britain have yet to be explained by science. So another thing that I was kind of taking a look at is the underground base entrances shown here. And I'd like to try to relate this with the mystery sounds heard in different parts of the world, as well as with our grid.
Strange sound in Sweden. This sure sounds like a trumpet. In Michigan, another trumpet-like sound.
The entrances are very clearly entry points to get down to the technology that we speak about. Some of the entrances may lead to underground chambers below that contain our angel technologies. Perhaps they're even trying to recover some of the fallen angel technology to learn about the secrets. Loud booms underground would reverberate through the ground, be heard on the surface, and escape into the sky. Some of the phenomenon causes inexplicable fear. If you're walking along a path and then suddenly people get overwhelmed as if the infrasound or something other than is affecting your brain. This is one of the largest effects of high EMF fields. This is on a scale that we can't even imagine. So there must be something there, either of electromagnetic nature or some unknown objects that we're not aware of. Reports of loud humming sounds occur in many of these locations, along with the strange lights that are seen coming upward from the ground. The South Atlantic anomaly is by far the largest area of the triangles, which is as large as North America, science says. This is an area where the Earth's inner Van Allen radiation belt comes closest to the Earth's surface, dipping down to an altitude of 200 kilometers. This leads to an increased flux of energetic particles in this region and exposes the area to higher than usual levels of radiation. So, what the heck does all this mean? Well, we'll have to go back to much of our past research to explain these events. In the past, we've done water currents, we've done caves, obelisks, pyramids, fireballs, ley lines. We've done haunted areas. And particle accelerators. Along with many, many other things. So when we compare to the Nazca lines, these areas fall on dipoles. So what is a dipole? Well, dipoles are antennas consisting of horizontal metal rods with a connecting wire at the center. Or in chemistry, it's a molecule in which a concentration of positive electric charge is separated from a concentration of negative charge. So, what would this sound like? Well, a dipole can be compared to a tuning fork. We would hear two loud regions in the plane of the times separated by two quiet regions in the plane, perpendicular to the fork. This actually explains the weird booming and humming, screeching sounds that we hear throughout the world. This, I would say, is the technology we refer to running and humming and grinding underneath the surface. To give some of my thoughts on the reports. In these areas, we are seeing the theories we speak of that technologies are running below and projecting up into the heavens, as we see our sun, moon, planets, and stars do. As above, so below. The churning of the waters and fierce currents from the cogs turning together below. This also can explain the radiation given off by volcanic activity below the areas as well. If you remember to our 12 gates and Wonderland, that volcanoes are the waste and recycle system of all the workings below. All we've learned in the past these areas are of great energy. The energy that the elite have taken as their own and sell back to us daily. The so-called alien lights, well, let's take a look here for a second at FPV's video where he explains these lights and he references back to Tesla's work.
Angel Technologies. Let's talk about this as it is very much related to our research. These sights have been reported around the world, visual spirals and moving projectiles in the heavens, which appear to just switch off and vanish. They usually try to say this is a rocket test. Some have correctly associated these with geopetro and hieroglyphs, the depictions everywhere around the world, no matter the country or culture. The exact same depictions. This is ancient knowledge. We were taught these things in days of old, the workings of the realm and how they work in relation to the heavens. They also feature heavily in the Nazca lines, which I have been decoding as blueprints through the underworld. Our research has been based upon these blueprint overlays, which can easily be linked to scriptures, the Book of Enoch, other sacred geometries, real world data, earthquakes, volcanoes, and pretty much most of nature's processes. What you may be looking at are projected elements from an open-ended tube, a particle accelerator that can project a particle hundreds of miles. The spiral in part may be coming from an element that is going through the right-hand rule, the spin around the particle accelerator. Now my concerns here would be what particle is being projected and what health risks, if any, are there to the public below. We know the sun's element is gold, the moon's is silver. What particles are being used here? Someone really needs to take an air sample from near these events and have them checked out. There will be signs in the skies. Now that sentence should end in if this technology is tampered with or reverse engineered. Now, why do I say they are projected particles? Let me take you back to the FBI Freedom of Information file on Mr. Nikola Tesla. In Exhibit Q here, you can see an agreement between Nikola Tesla and the Amtorg Trading Corporation, in which Tesla agreed to supply plans, specifications and complete information on a method and apparatus for producing high voltages up to 50 million volts, or producing very small particles in a tube open to air, or increasing the charge of the particles to the full voltage of the higher potential terminal, and for projecting the particles to distances of 100 miles or more. The maximum speed of the particles was specified at not less than 350 miles per second.
These alien sightings, as we can see, fall on the grid, along the grid, and are very obvious that they are a result of technology and follow the return path of the sun. As we can see in the next comparison, these triangles fall on the vortices and chakras of our world. If you recall, the chakras are the gates as depicted in ancient Egyptian text, which we decoded to be the return path of the sun from the shut-off point in the west to the start in the east gates. All of these anomalies are explained from the direct energy below. I know all this info is repeated a lot, but as we look into new things, we discover they are all related to the workings of the realm. The fact that spots don't change is key in the fact that the technology is where it has always been. This is what we are showing you with each new related discovery. We give explanation that all relates to one another, and it's due to the angel text below on a scale that we can't comprehend. What we can comprehend is how it is indeed working our luminaries, our realm, and our earth events. So this is the reason that they lie about flat earth. Take away the construct and you take away the truths. And that's about all I have. Thank you.
Okay, for this part of the video I'm going to talk about and overlay some of Walter Russell's work. Some of you may be familiar with his work. What I'm going to do here is show you how Walter's work actually overlays into our research, as did Nikola Tesla's. I want you to pay attention to his diagrams and wording. I have looked at Walter's work in the past and thought it was pretty amazing, even though I didn't understand most of it, but still, since doing APM research, I've come to recognize and realize exactly what Walter was trying to visualize and portray, even taking it further and creating his own inventions based upon his work. Walter is a man clearly ahead of his time, like Nikola Tesla. Walter Russell wrote that the cardinal error of science is shutting the creator out of his creation. Russell never referred to an anthropomorphic God, but rather wrote that God is the invisible, motionless, sexless, undivided and unconditioned white magnetic light of mind, which centers all things. God is provable by laboratory methods, Russell wrote. The locatable, motionless light which man calls magnetism is the light which God is. He wrote that religion and science must come together in a new age. Very interesting wording, and I would agree. The cube and the sphere are the sole working tools of creation. Walter Russell, 1959. I want you to pay attention to this particular design Walter has drawn because it is very relevant. We have proven the validity of our concept by making a simple small-scale working model which is now supplying all the heat, light and power needed for our 4-story 52-room university. Our reactor generates much more power than needed for whatever purpose intended, so enough of that surplus is taken off from its generator to motivate the reactor in perpetuity. 100% over unity free energy. Construction of one cycle of an electric current. Notice the heat and the cold. These can be reversed also, as we'll show later in the video. The evolution of mass from plane to sphere, something else you're going to learn about later on in this video. The generation of mass and the degeneration of mass, something else you're going to learn about in this video. This image on the left should also be very familiar. And the Walter Russell periodic table of the elements, which will actually make more sense this way up. The winding of the cosmic clock spring. Notice how it places cold at the east gate. And take note of the spiral, which we'll be decoding shortly. The unwinding of the cosmic clock spring. Notice fusion is the winding and fission is the unwinding. Okay, for this part of the video I'm going to take you to the heavens and we're going to decode what the stars really are. For this demonstration we're going to use a recording done by Richard Coggins on YouTube. It's Polaris, and he recorded it with his GoPro. Now for those observant people among you, you will notice when recording the star trails there are small stars which are immediately followed by larger stars. This pattern just keeps repeating, so eventually you don't see any of these small star trails because they've been overrun by this larger star trails, unless you vary your recordings on your time-lapse perhaps. The end result of course being many circles, many circles in fact. Aren't these star trails amazing to look at? They really are. And now there's something even more special, as you're going to find out in a few moments. Okay, and now for the decode. Our stars, or our star trails, what you're really looking at are vertically stacked particle accelerators. I want to use 6 here in the overlays. Obviously there's many more, so when we get round to counting them we will add more and give it a bit more realism. But for now here's a simple decode of what stars really are. They're vertically stacked particle accelerators, and you're going to see how they play a very big part in the workings of our realm. These halos have 32 smaller nodes and 32 larger nodes, 64 in total per halo. I've only added 6 halos per area here, but you get the idea. Nothing is to scale, and more research is needed to locate just exactly how many circular star trail type projections there really are and their locations. The star halos are creating motion and a pressure system, spiraling pressure waves into our realm. Pressure changes we record daily are caused by these processes. They are used to compress our sun and generate heat and discharge cold. Mainstream labelling of sundogs is close to the truth, however. they will not elaborate on what the ice is forming on. The nodes of the halos are in the path of the displaced cold, hence them becoming visible. You are still looking at the projection. This is also taking place below us on the physical model that is projecting these amazing luminaries and our halos. Our 7 planets, as they label them, all go through this same process, the 7 golden candlesticks. The star halos generate the winds and our precious systems that take place 4 times daily. Don't polar vortexes make more sense now? I'm pretty sure now they are the origin of shooting stars, or meteor showers that can be timed to certain months. The months they are being more noticed for their heavenly workings. Walter Russell's table of elements will also fall in this category, with every halo that is going through the epicycle rotations. The word gravity actually relates to pressure, the forces exerted by our star halos on our 7 planets, the forces required to put them in their various states of sphericity to do their desired purposes as they cross our realm. Walter Russell's table of elements will also come into play here. The halos are all converting elements into matter by design. The halos themselves are not actually rotating, it is the actual particle flow inside the accelerators, the particles that are flowing and lighting up nodes, which are all timed events in this very big mechanism of amazing technology. The Creator's glory revealed on a scale we are only just beginning to comprehend. No wonder it was hard for them to describe all this in scriptures. It is on such a grand scale it is hard to see the big picture. But that big picture has been revealed in our research. We had to make a model to see what we are working with and what it actually looks like. We called this model the Angelic Particle Matrix due to our decodings of what angels really are. Particle accelerators, and up to 144,000 of them sealed below, is what it decodes scripturally to us. The halos nodes, 32 small and 32 large, 64 in total per halo, are also related to the Antikytherian mechanism. It contains many related 64 cog gears, thus showing time itself is based upon the angel accelerator's flow of particles around its halo, not to mention our constellations in the heavens and our major luminaries. Every one of those stars is a part of a particular angel's halo. Imagine that, people. Our clocks are timed by 1 revolution of a star halo's accelerator. Isn't that something? A full rotation of the star halo takes 23 hours 56 minutes, but we seem to be missing 4 minutes to make it 24 hours. However, perhaps time itself was originally 64 minutes based upon the 64 node halos, thus making the full rotation of an accelerator's flow 24 hours, the missing 4 minutes now being located and the Antikytherian mechanism now making more sense. So, how does it work? Well, I'm glad you asked. Let me introduce you to ecliptic expansion. You can see with this demonstration how it actually relates to the East Gate, the Sun, or any luminary for that matter, coming into our realm between the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer, and then they start going into the what I would call the maximum compression zone at the centre. That is our smallest star halos. That's where the maximum compression would be. So on in a 3D model, I'll just let it play, and this is what it relates to in our model and how it works with the gates. Charge and discharge, ecliptic expansion and mass. Now the mass they speak of is related to the light and its journey through ecliptic expansion into a compressed ball of light. The compression is being caused by our star halo's rotations, all working together to achieve this very amazing process. With this animation, I'm going to show you just how it works. We'll head over to the East Gates and watch a sunrise that comes into our realm via the east gates. As you can see, our Sun is in the ecliptic expansion area and has thus not yet achieved its compression from our star halos that is needed to compress it into a spherical looking object. As it enters the compression zones, you will see how it reacts to the electromagnetic vortex of pressure waves it now comes under from our star halos, the maximum compression taking place below the smaller halos around the centre of our map. The Sun then gets to the west gates, goes back into ecliptic expansion, is shut down, and then sent on its return path in the underworld back to the east. So, the spiral decodings now make more sense, I hope. The spiraling of electromagnetic vortexes from our star halos. The ancients everywhere in this realm depicted the spirals, and this is what it relates to, thus confirming the ancients knew exactly how all this works, as our research keeps showing. Left hand rule, right hand rule. Don't those whirling wheels in scripture now make more sense? Don't those windings in the sky have a more special meaning now? The golden ratio is directly related to the workings of our angels, the Fibonacci spiral, the motions and forces caused by their accelerators. Our research looks directly for the cause, and so far it's been pretty much on form and gives us many explanations for worldly events, as our previous videos have been showing. We have been transparent in our research and given data, events and even proofs, as in the case of the Sun halo and its nodes. No one is explaining the cause of all this. They say there are anomalies but never explain the cause. To reiterate, during ecliptic expansion our luminaries are in the fission state, whilst inside the realm under the forces of our star halos they are in the fusion state. We knew all this in ancient times. We understood all this. We knew exactly how all this worked. The spirals are the language of angels, the technology that is directly responsible for our luminaries, our wandering stars, and pretty much most of nature itself. Our ancestors depicted this everywhere. Every nation in this realm has depictions of these in geo, petro and hieroglyph form, the language that unites everyone in the realm, as we were all taught the exact same thing. Then somehow we forgot all this. But we will learn all this again. This cannot be kept hidden. After all, it is the way of the world. Here is another easy decoding. The snake chasing its tail represents the perpetual flow around the accelerator. This is what creates the spiraling flow of energy into our realm from our star halos. This also applies to all accelerators. Horizontally positioned ones below are what create tornadoes. Remember, we are in a duality of technology.
Okay, so let's talk about meteor showers for a moment. From the earliest of times, humankind has noticed flurries of meteors that seem to emanate from specific points in the sky and at particular times of the year. These flurries are called meteor showers. They are produced by small fragments of cosmic debris. It produces large amounts of small particles which will eventually spread out along the entire path of the comet to form a meteoroid stream. We will see this stream for a few days at roughly the same time each year, producing a meteor shower. So they appear to radiate from a single point in the sky to an observer below. This is called the radiant point. Meteors seen near the radiant are approaching the observer and will appear as short streaks in the sky. Meteors seen 45 to 135 degrees from the radiant are moving in a more parallel direction towards the observer. These meteors will produce long streaks in the sky. Those seen in an excess of 90 degrees from the radiant are actually moving away from the observer, and their path will again shorten the further they are from the radiant. Okay. Meteor showers are usually named for the constellation in which their radiant lies at the time the shower occurs. The Perseid meteor shower peaks about August 12th every year. It will appear to radiate from the constellation Perseus, while the Leonid meteor shower peaks about November 18th. It will appear to radiate from the constellation Leo. The meteor showers reoccur each year. In some cases, they have been recognized for hundreds of years. Sporadic meteors are those random meteors not associated with any particular shower. For meteor observers, those located in the northern hemisphere have a distinct advantage as shower activity is stronger there than it is seen by observers located in the south of the equator. The reason for this is that most of the major showers have meteors that strike in areas located far above the equator. As it's seen from the northern hemisphere, these meteors would appear to rain down from high in the sky and in all directions. From those situated in the southern hemisphere, only a small percent of this activity is visible. Any activity would appear to travel upwards from radiant located in the sky. There are a few meteor showers best seen from the southern hemisphere. These would include any radiant with a declination below -20 degrees, and those that reach the maximum activity during the southern hemisphere months go between July, August, and September. Nearly half of the year's visual meteor activity is crammed into a 2-month interval. This is between mid-October to mid-December. It is a nearly continuous period of heavy meteor activity. The Meteor Data Center lists over 900 suspected meteor showers, of which about 100 of those are very well established. Particular attention should be noted to the time and the moonlight conditions. All of these showers are best seen after midnight. Some are not even visible until after midnight. Now, showers that peak with the moon's phase being greater, which means it's more than 1/2 illuminated, will be affected by the moonlight and very difficult to observe. So while the time each shower is best seen remains much the same every year, the moonlight conditions, as we know, change considerably from one year to the next. So, also, a fireball is another term for a very bright meteor. Generally brighter than magnitude 4, which is about the same magnitude of the planet Venus as seen in the morning or evening sky. A bolide is a special type of fireball which explodes in a bright terminal flash at the end, often visible with fragmentation. Now here you will notice the meteor showers I plotted are usually very close to some of our 6 large halos. This is no coincidence. In air, free electrons in a gap form background radiation and are accelerated by an electrical field. As they collide with air molecules, they create additional ions and newly freed elements, which are also accelerated. At some point, thermal energies will provide a great source of ions. The increasing elements in the ether and the ions rapidly cause regions of the air in the gap to become electrically conductive in a process called dielectric breakdown. Once the gap breaks down, current flow is limited by the available charge in the electrostatic discharge, or by the impedance of the external power supply. If the power supply continues to supply current, the spark will evolve into a continuous discharge called an electric arc. This can occur in solid or liquids, but the breakdown mechanisms are much different for this when it occurs in gases. The heavier parts or other stuff ejected more violently are what we see in meteors.
Do we have any evidence of such halo activity that can relate to our grid, the underworld and the realm? Of course, I'll take you back to a few clips from my very first video on this subject, where I tried to highlight this some time ago. Notice in this clip our moon's shape. Definitely not spherical, but a rather flat looking image of light, but notice as it passes the camera's view it then takes on its spherical form in the reflection. It was in ecliptic expansion and is now taking on its spherical form. You will remember our sun and its halo. You can see here the true sunrise of our realm. This is our sun halo rising from below ground. Node 1, Brahma, our sun projection node, is just off screen to the left, and node 8 is on the right. The full halo isn't showing in this clip. Notice in this clip the visitors are clothed in special protective suits whilst enjoying a moonrise. The energies around this plasma type light must be quite harmful close up. This information places the new Mayor Free Station at the East Gates. The ascension scriptures mentions is this process, the ascension of our luminaries.
Our star halo's nodes can be viewed from two perspectives. At distance you will notice they take on a pentagonal pattern, whilst overhead they take on a circular form, and again when passing they show the pentagonal pattern again. What you are witnessing are the sides and underside of the nodes attached to the halo. The halo is not visible as we sometimes see with our sun's halo, which mainstream call a sundog, but the same rules apply. Although these are much larger accelerators, they all share the same build design, each one playing very important roles in our heavens and worldly workings. I hope this explains why you see the patterns changing and gives you new information to ponder whilst recording and viewing our luminaries yourselves.
Fantastic recording and information, Sandra. A very nice capture indeed. Sandra is going to be doing more experiments and research on our star halos. We have a few ideas Sandra will be testing, and we will be giving update videos on the results in a future presentation. You can see the shape of Sirius change as the star halo rotates in the heavens, giving Sandra a few different perspectives of this node as it goes about its journey. Our star halos contain 64 nodes. There are 32 small and 32 large. Not all of these are visible or lit up, but they will be noticeable by occlusions and other visible phenomena while eclipsing other stars in the heavens. So our 64 node star halos, the number 64, a multiple of the number 8. While we are on the subject of numbers, here's some more very interesting information.
At the center of the Angelic Particle Matrix is the Nazca Suncross. The Suncross is an 8x8 grid which is fairly common in ancient depictions. You can find it on chessboards, mandalas, and all sorts of things. What does it mean, though? One possible answer might be found on the Aztec sunstone. The sunstone itself tracks the motions of both the Sun and Venus. The outer ring shows two feathered serpents, each filling half of the ring. The feathered serpent represents the deity associated with Venus, or the morning star. The feathered serpent was known by multiple names: Quetzalcoatl, Viracocha, Kukulkan. The deity was said to be as wise as a serpent, but as gentle as a dove. He also had a second form, and appeared as a white-skinned man with a beard. He was considered both a prophet and a healer. The similarities to Jesus are striking, but not a topic for today. The two juxtaposed feathered serpents show Venus's cycles, first seen in the morning during one part of the year, then as it is seen in the evening during the other half of the year. The two opposing cycles of Venus are shown on this outer ring. The ring around the center of the sunstone shows the 20 days of the Tzolk'in calendar, which ties the sun to Venus. The middle ring shows the wheel of the year, and this is where we begin to see our 8x8 connection. The ring is divided evenly by 8 arrows, so that the year is divided into 8 equal parts. We also see the year divided into 8 parts by pagan cultures. Holidays fell on the 2 solstices, the 2 equinoxes, and also on 4 days in between. The last 4 were the fire festivals. So far we have seen that the wheel of the year was divided into 8 equal sections. This gives us one of our 8s in our 8x8 grid. The other 8 is found in the cycles of Venus. If you were to see Venus rising in a certain location this morning, Venus would appear in the same location in exactly 8 years from today. 8 years times 8 holidays per year gives us 8x8. The layout of the sunstone conforms to the 8-year epicycle of Venus as seen from Earth. If you overlay the sunstone with the pattern of the epicycles of Venus, they match almost perfectly. The ancients knew this. Research suggests it was known all over the realm.
For this part of the video, we are going to take a look at these images from Walter Russell's work and factor them into our model. You can see from their design and locations they play a very important part in our grid. They are switching mechanisms. When placed correctly, they will play a part in the positioning of our sun and possibly other luminaries. The seasons can be answered by this switching. It seems they are what places the sun in the correct paths to actually create our seasons. The gates in the east you can see align with the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer and having the equator at the centre. Our wandering stars are using epicycle motions as they cross these areas, the same epicycle motions recorded by Ptolemy and the same epicycle motions we see with the sundog halos as we see them in time-lapse photography. These locations also answer more questions regarding magnetic anomalies that are recorded in various parts of the realm. These are the locations we would place them, and as you can see, the mimic map signalling also confirms the signals are coming from these areas. You can see from the scale of this we're going to have to think bigger, much bigger. This is a bonus decode clip. Mission STS-134. In this mission patch, notice the atomic symbol created by 3 halos, each containing a luminary. Also notice the ISS follows one of the paths. Mission Atlas 3. In this patch I want you to take notice of the 3 flames from the engines going through the halo, the actual name Atlas 3 and the sun and the shuttle being on the same path. Apollo 14, again pay attention to the 3 bars going through the halo and leading to a star. Mission STS-129, notice again the 3 bars now in red, white and blue. Also take note of the diamond and circle design. The star and again the ISS is linked in this depiction. Let's modify this so we can use it as an overlay to use over our map and grid. Now you can see the North Star, the red shift and blue shift, with the white light being the manifested light. This is the Holy Trinity, the union of the 3 which creates light, or our sun or any luminary out there, its colour and role depending on which particle and configuration is used. The luminary being created by ion and frequency injection into Atlas, which means a toroidal apparatus, the smaller halo within the larger halo, or Ezekiel's wheel in a wheel. This is how a luminary is created. This is the Holy Trinity of nodes 1, 2 and 8.
Hi everyone, I'm Rose. I joined APM because, to my mind, it's the closest explanation to what our realm is and the most in-depth, cross-referenced research I have found. My own research is compatible with this way of decoding the plane, and now I have eyes to see the Creator's glory. I cannot stop seeing it everywhere. In this clip, we are going to show you how the sun returns to the east in the underworld has something very special that takes place. If you can remember from the 12 gates presentation, the sun returns east through the 12 chakras. Something that was missed at first was then decoded later, has now been added to reveal this amazing event. Please take notice of the light in this image, that it is attached to the solar boat. Now remember, Ra is switched off and being rejuvenated. Isis, Ra's mother, is caring for him and nourishing him back to life. It decodes what this means in reality is that Isis has what we will call a pilot light. It projects into the heavens to show the sun's return path back to the east, coincidentally. The path it returns back via the chakras also matches the ISS path perfectly, which also match events recorded on the mimic map. What you are witnessing is the sun's pilot light, Isis, not the ISS in the heavens. This also decodes as Mary, which we must assume is doing the same role for Jesus as further research reveals in the wiki. There are other similarities in other scriptures of this type of family relationship, a relationship that we decode as technological events between various parts of the sun's halo's nodes. The reference to Mary is due to the translation in Latin of Stella Maris, which translates as Star of the Sea, which is first applied to the Virgin Mary in the manuscript tradition of St. Jerome's Latin translation of the Omnimastication by Euberus of Caesarea. A closely related expression, morning star, is referenced in Revelation 2:28 and also in Revelation 22:16. Jesus Christ, God, claims himself as being the morning star. That is also the gift he had from God, the Father, to be rooted in any winner in the faith and perseverant in the works according to his law.
As you can see, people, our research is revealing a very intelligent creator who has created a realm which can only be described as a technological masterpiece, a construct beyond our comprehension, as our ancestors found and tried their best to describe. You will also notice we are decoding geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. The reason for that is because they are telling the exact same story, the only difference being the descriptions of the angels, and this is due to their varying roles and different looks in different geographic locations. They are still part of the same mechanisms that give us our luminaries and a great many other things. A construct designed and maintained to the highest standard with the most ornate descriptions one can possibly imagine. We hope you enjoy our research and information, and that it helps you see and recognize there is a creator, their glory being revealed in a way we did not expect to see, let alone find. We fully accept this and look upon our realm with new eyes and knowledge, a knowledge that seems to have been lost, yet is depicted everywhere in sacred geometry, scriptures, geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. How did it come to be that we have forgotten all that was once known everywhere in our realm? I'll leave you with that thought, so until next time, it's goodbye from us.
two assistants.
Hello and thank you. I'm going to play this video about the Diomedes. Hey Lev, thanks for coming in. I'm going to go ahead and play this video. Okay, so today let's talk about the Diomede Islands again. Clearly in a single group, they are separated by the international dateline, which also marks the international border between Russia and the United States. Big Diomede is owned by Russia. Little Diomede is owned by the United States. Additionally, Big Diomede is 23 hours ahead of Little Diomede, owing to the international dateline that passes between them. Because of this, they're sometimes referred to as Tomorrow Island and Yesterday Isle. Both islands are flat-topped, steep-sided, and very isolated by its location, by rough seas, and by the persistent fog that shrouds the island during the warmer months. During the freezing winter, sometimes moving chunks of ice clog in the open waters, forming an ice bridge connecting the two islands. At these times, one could practically walk between the United States and Russia. Of course, this is only in theory. Crossing the Bering Strait is not legally permitted. So, the islands were originally inhabited by the Yupik Eskimos as long as 3,000 years ago. The first European to reach the island was a Russian explorer named Semyon Dezhnev. Sorry about the pronunciation. In 1648. 80 years later, it was rediscovered by the Danish navigator Vitus Bering on August 16, 1728. The day on which the Russian Orthodox Church celebrates the memory of the martyr Saint Diomede. When the United States purchased Alaska from Russia in 1867, it included Little Diomede. The new boundary was drawn between the two Diomede Islands, and Big Diomede was left to Russia. So, Little Diomede developed into a community of about 75 individuals, with a church and a school. Big Diomede became a Russian military base. After World War II, the native population was driven off the island to avoid any contacts across the border, and any Little Diomede inhabitants who strayed across the waters too close to Big Diomede were taken captive by Russians. Today it has no permanent populations, but it's the site of a Russian weather station and a base of a Russian border guard troops. Little Diomede Eskimos live a pretty simple life. They harvest their fish and crab, hunting whales, walruses, seals, and polar bears. Most supplies come from an annual barge delivery from the mainland, and it comes from places like Walmart. A few residents work for the local government or school. There have been some commercial fishing and mining on the island, but both industries are in a great decline. Big Diomede is the easternmost point of Russia in the Bering Strait. While it has no permanent population, it is, of course, host to the weather station and military installation. Little Diomede is the westernmost part of Alaska. They say the two islands are the only place in the world, besides Antarctica, where you can see land across the international dateline, and theoretically, the easiest place in the world to cross between Asia and North America. Getting legally in or out, either from the east or west, is really not that easy. There are no official border stations in either country. Almost everyone needs a visa for Russia. On top of that, they need a special permit for the Chukotka region. And then you'll need another permit for the area that's used by military. So what I did is I searched and searched and searched for ways to travel between these two islands. I have not been able to find any way to actually go between the two islands. Wiki Voyage has very little information about Big Diomede Island, other than it being having a weather station and a military base that's not currently in use. So the secrecy around these two islands, it kind of makes you wonder what's the big secret. So the secret is they're not what they say they are. What we're talking about is two opposite sides of the world, you know, and there very well may be two little islands out there, but I don't think that that's how you can just walk across or swim across and get to Russia. So I looked for flights. I couldn't find any flights that went from Alaska to either of these islands. There's a helicopter that'll take you out to Little Diomede during certain months of the year. After that, you really can't get out there. There are no travels between Little Diomede and Big Diomede. So I went and looked up other flights. I searched for any flights from Alaska to Russia. Any at all. It looked at 400 different, available flights, and there were none. There's no flights that go from Alaska to Russia. Then I decided to try looking from Canada to Russia. So from Toronto, Canada to Russia, I found one that would take you 28 hours and 40 minutes, and it costs around $1,200 for a round-trip ticket. I also found one from Fairbanks, Alaska to Auckland, New Zealand that takes 27 hours and 55 minutes, and it costs between $1,400 and $1,700 for a round-trip ticket. There's no flights from Nome, Alaska to Turkey. So after looking at all this, then I decided to look up anything that occurred through time where people, made it between the two islands. So I only found one instance. Supposedly a woman named Lynn Cox swam between the two islands back in 1987. So I looked into any footage of this feat. I could not find any. The best I could find was her wading in some water, and they were filming her wading in some water, but they did not show the actual swim from Little Diomede to Big Diomede. So I'll keep searching for that footage, but I could not find it. So I decided to look into this woman, and figure out a little bit about her. So apparently in 1987 she swam the Bering Strait, the only person ever allowed to do so. Mind you, they talk about how treacherous these waters are up there, and that's why no one can even take a boat between the two islands. But this woman swam it. So that, to me, sounds kind of amazing. So I decided to look her up, and apparently she is a professional swimmer, or was. I think she's in her 60s now. And supposedly she swam the Antarctica waters. Okay? So these waters run between 0 and -10 degrees Celsius. And the Antarctica waters are said to be quite treacherous with icebergs and ice chunks, and boats have a hard time navigating and getting down there, but she swam them. Yeah, she swam them. So she submerged herself in those freezing waters, swam for over a mile, and stayed in that water for over 45 minutes. Sounds pretty amazing to me. And then she wrote books about her different swims. So she swam the Bering Strait in Antarctica, and she swam in Lake Titicaca and several other locations that are, famous names to us. So as I'm reading this, I'm kind of thinking in my mind that this sounds like a concocted story, someone to swim in such treacherous waters across the Bering Strait, even though they say boats can't really get there, the fog's too thick, the ice is too thick. There's all these reasons that people cannot cross the Bering Strait. Not to mention it's illegal. But she was allowed. And then I found the story about Antarctica, and that one seemed quite fantasy to me. It's my opinion. That she submerged herself in such freezing cold waters, swam for almost an hour and over a mile, and did not get hypothermia. But yet, when you look up the waters of Antarctica, it tells you how cold they are, how treacherous they are, and that one would probably get hypothermia within the first 2 minutes of being submerged in these waters. So, I think I'll just conclude it with that. This is all the information I could find out about the Diomedes. Everything else is shrouded, and it's very difficult to find any information at all about these things, these two islands. So after reading more and more and looking into the woman that supposedly swam it, I'm going to stick with my original conclusion that maybe there are two islands out there, but this is not the, this Bering Strait is not what they say it is. We can refer back to my original video where they're, different days, and even when we decided to ignore the different days and look at when would the sun come up on these two islands, we found that the sun would come up about 5.5 hours difference. So 5.5 hours difference on a sunrise on two islands that are 3 miles apart. So if you guys have any information about these Diomedes, I would love to hear it. I've spent quite a bit of time looking into these, and I'm telling you, there's just not a lot of information to be found. Not to mention that any flights that are even close to those areas are, taking over a day and costing thousands to get there. So I'm going to wrap it up, and thank you for listening. I hope it was educational, and let me know if you find out anything different. Have a good day. Okay, so so that was the Diomedes. What do you guys think? Do you think that a lot of that information even sounded kind of realistic? I mean, they talk about, excuse me, they talk about how treacherous the waters are and how foggy it gets and how much ice is up there during the winters, and yet this woman swam the Bering Strait, and then she also swam the Antarctica waters I mean, when ships can't even get down there without, you know, needing, what, icebreakers on the front and stuff like that. Yeah, so I found absolutely no video of this woman swimming it. I found photos of her, you know, kind of in the water, and you know, she was swimming, but there was no video of her going all the way across. So I'm going to stick with my opinion and all the data that we've gathered, and, you know, our theory that these are definitely opposite sides of the world, Russia and Alaska. You know, there's lots of little islands off the Alaska coast, lots and lots of them. There's one, I can't recall the name exactly, it's Howard something, but it's like really right almost on the international date line. And again, just like the Diomedes and stuff, there's 0 inhabitants. I think it's a little further south than the Diomedes, but you're not going to live on these edge of these islands. You're not going to be allowed on them without a, you know, like a tour guide. So yeah. Anybody have any questions? Not, I'll probably wrap this one up. Just reading the chat. Yeah, I'm calling BS. Yeah, I agree, Melanie. I don't think any of it's what we think it is, or at least what we're told it is. I think it's more like what we're thinking it is, not what science says it is. It's definitely not a globe. Too much proof against that. You know, with certain other maps, the Bering Strait would work, but yet every time I try to look into it, I can't find any information about these areas and stuff. You know, Aqua Woman. Huh. Yeah, that is interesting, Hungry. Yep. FPV called it markers. Coordinates? Yes, I believe so. Oh, I stopped talking. I'm sorry. I'm looking up these coordinates. Actually, if you just go to Google Earth and search Big Diomede or Little Diomede, it'll pull up the islands for you. Right now at this live stream, it would be hard for me to pull them. So I apologize about that, or I'll just post them in the comments if that would work. But yeah, markers. I did not know that that's what the words meant, but that's really interesting to find out. God markers. So yeah, sorry about that. But I will post the coordinates for these islands in the comments when I get it all uploaded and everything. So yeah. And basically what's on the screen is a topography, but it's very, very close to our map. It's not quite on point, but it's the closest that is found. And we can see how they're two opposite points. You know, even when you look at the topography, they look different. You know, the east side is busy, very pushed up, very broken up. So why do you think that is? Because the sun launches from there. Yep. But yeah, so thank you everybody for coming. Thanks Astro for popping in, and Jimbo, FPV, Melanie, Bourbon, Kathleen, Lev, Marie. I don't think I've ever met you, Marie, but thank you. Rab, and have a good day. Thanks a lot. So, this is how quakes work in our realm.